Alright, so we'll be starting in just a few seconds. For the Boop Troop, I've made a few of you mods, which means you can time out people, sort of like raids and such. So I assume you'll use it responsibly. There we go. Okay. Is the voice to music ratio okay? Can you hear me clear? Okay, so the music selection this time is going to be a bit on the horror side, because we're in October and that means it's Halloween. That's also why I decided to work on Subcon Forest this time. So, anyone who didn't participate in the last stream... Oh, sorry, I'll turn the music a bit down. So for anyone who didn't participate in the last stream, this is a game design stream where I make changes to our map called Subcon Forest. And I'll talk a bit about the decisions I make along the way, as well as probably implement a new set of new features. I take viewer questions, so you can ask me anything you'd like and I'll do my best to answer. Please be polite. The mods that are in the chat are community mods, which means they are not part of the Hat in Time development team, so they can't really answer your very specific questions, but they might be able to give you they might be able to tell you where to look for information. So I'm Jonas Calif, and I'm the director, designer, artist, and supervisor on A Hat in Time. I do programming as well. So I do programming, design. I do 3D models, particles, shaders, sound effects. Texturing. I do a lot of things. Part of being a small team means that you have to be diverse in your setup skills. Because you can't just specialize in one thing, because there's no other person to fill that slot. So, what we're seeing here is Subcon Forest. Some of you may remember bits of it from last time. For instance, these spells here allow the player to jump on these green platforms. And this here is the Subcon well, which was featured in the beta build. But now you get to see it from the outside. I'll take a few questions before we begin, so I'll just scroll through and pick a few at random. Okay, so AJ Comic asks, I thought all the acts of Subcon Forest were already finished. And I can confirm that all the acts of Subcon Forest and Mafia Town and Trainwreck of Signs are complete. So what we'll be working on now is not an act. Instead, we'll be working on general design in the level. So think of it like Banjo-Kazooie. There are the main jiggy pieces, but then there's also small missions around the map. In a Hat in Time design, we call them objectives. The timepieces are objectives, and then we also got sub-objectives. And what I'll be working on today are the sub-objectives. So don't worry, the acts in Subcon Forest are complete. One guy asks if we will be bringing A Hat in Time to consoles. That is a clear no. A Hat in Time is releasing on PC, Windows, and Mac OS X. Daniel CNR asks, does the well lead into the caves? The answer is yes. Jumping into the well brings you to Subcon Caves. We are using Unreal Engine 3, but it's a modified Unreal Engine. Dusks ask, will there be 3D bosses? Yes, only the Mafia boss is in a 2D plane. All the remaining bosses are 3D. Vinny Boiler asks, how is mod support implemented in A Hat in Time? You can load custom script files and custom packages into the engine. And depending on different configurations, you can either ask it to replace the existing assets, or you can ask your code to utilize those assets. A Hat in Time will feature a level creator on release, yes. Does the game support plug-in controllers? Yes. Will Chapter 5 only consist of the final boss? It will only consist of a single act, and that act does contain the final boss, but there is more to it than just the final boss. Okay, well, let's get started then. So, we've added a new feature in the game, which is this swamp here. We're in fact right at the moment, we're doing a final art pass. Well, not final, we're doing an art pass on Subcon Forest. There are multiple passes, and we've done the final art pass on Mafia Town, and now we're doing a art pass on Subcon Forest. So, this is A Hat in Time. Ah, is this zoomed out? Can you guys see that preview window? It may be a bit too small. Let's see, that's a bit better. Worse. This should be larger. Great. So, this is the swamp, and this is the main area I want to focus on. The swamp has a very basic mechanic in that the player can move inside the swamp area with no issue. And the player can even step on the swamp itself. But as you might have noticed, the player gradually sinks into the water. And if the player reaches the bottom of the swamp, the player dies. So this creates an interesting scenario where the floor isn't directly lava, but it's sort of a soft version of lava. You can stand on it for a small period, but if you stand on it for too long, you die. If any of you have played Super Mario 64, Hazy Maze Cave have a similar mechanic, but instead it's toxic gas. So I've set up a very simple scenario here. The player wants to go to the Subcon well, and the well is right over there, and I start right here. So my first instinct as a player is to just walk here, the distance that I can walk without touching the swamp, because the swamp looks toxic. Then the player will do a jump over here. And so far so good, but now the jump is too far to reach. So as a player, I'll be looking around and thinking, okay, is there any shortcut, any way to get over here without touching the swamp? And the answer is no. So as a player, I'll be curious, and I'll try and stand on the swamp. And I'll notice it's safe. Next, I'll try to just walk over there. And I'll see that I slowly sink. So as a player, I'm realizing the danger. And next there's an easy segment here. That's it. That's all there is to the swamp right now. So I want to experiment more with that. So obviously there's a lot of puzzle potential here. And I want to realize that potential. There's a lot of questions going in. I don't want to spend the entire session answering questions, but if any of them catch my interest, I'll answer them. So, okay, so yes, dive, this move here, is a part of the player's core moveset. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So first of all, this puzzle has a few flaws. For instance, the player can stand here, near the edge, and just pretty much walk over here without having to go through my path. So I want to remove this area pretty much. So let's start by doing that. So first I'm gonna group all these objects here. Go. Now I can great. I think that covers it. Almost. Okay, so now we got the entire well grouped, and I can move it seamlessly, pretty much, almost. I want to get that camera too. There we go. The music isn't part of the game, it's just a playlist. Okay, cool. So I want to move this somewhere deeper. Probably just a few feet, actually. Right here seems good. There we go. Also means I can much preserve the puzzle. Oh, does it get pixelated? I can try and increase the bitrate. One moment. There we go, the bitrate should be increased. Okay, so this one has been moved here. Next I want to move the platform as well. Pick everything. Go. I'll be moving the tree in a bit. Great. That looks quite good. Next we need these platforms here. Approximately right. I'm gonna lower the platform here so that the player doesn't accidentally walk under and get stuck. Here, I just need to align them. That seems good enough. So, we need to relocate some of these trees. Let's start by moving the platforms. Feel what then? That kind of staircase feel to it. I think we can keep this tree over here. Perfect. That's too shallow of a turn. So we generally don't want the player to turn 90 degrees. It should be around 45 degrees. There we go. That looks right. So the player jumps up here, and then we need another step. That is kind of 90 degrees, huh? I'm gonna reduce it a bit. There we go. Someone asked when A Hat in Time is coming out, and it's coming out in 2017. There is an update on our Kickstarter page that displays like the full overview of when everything's launching and how far the game is. So if you're interested, you should check out that update. There we go. Okay, well, let's feel it out. See how it plays. Someone asked, do orbs do anything else than refill your energy? There is no more energy meter in the game, so orbs serve an entirely different purpose. Okay, so this is the puzzle. We'll obviously be removing 3 here, but let's try the puzzle out. So this first platform is way too high up. I can't even reach it. Otherwise it feels good. Feels very natural. I'll be lowering them all. There we go. That might be a bit too tall. That jump is way above 90 degrees. Try this. Good. The player is almost there. We'll have to remove some of these branches as well. We'll do that later. Oh, this tree here is perfect actually. Put the next branch here. That's perfect. There we go, the player can make that, no problem. Might even... There we go. Okay, let's try this small sequence we've designed. Grey Knight asks if I'm doing the final level design for the game. I don't think there's ever a point where anyone thinks this thing I designed is final. Like, there's always some small thing you can tweak or some small thing you can adjust. So even on launch day, I'll be thinking, man, I could add this small thing to whatever. This feels really fun to climb. This branch is in the way, but otherwise that feels really good. And I can shorten the angle as well, or the radius of this bell here. Let's try a radius of 12,000. That might be too... maybe. Try. AJ Comics said, I've seen plenty of people in the beta who didn't use... Oops. Yeah. He said, I've seen lots of people on YouTube who never used the dive jump, even in Train Rush. That is true, I have seen that as well. And it's mostly because we have been poor at teaching the player how to use dive jump. Oh, sorry. How to use dive jump in the beta build. And that's because it's missing an act that specifically like forces dive jumping down the player. But we didn't really want to show that act yet. So that's partially why it's missing. So that'll be fixed in the full release. It's really just because in the beta build we wanted to show so much at once, but we had to focus on specific acts that we wanted to really shine up and get to look really good. And so we decided to sort of disregard some of the acts that weren't as interesting. Like, we included Act 1 of Mafia Town, but it's not too eventful, it's just telling the player, hey, this is how you move around. Me on Fire asked, how long are you working on this game now? 2 or more years? I think I have personally worked on A Hat in Time for much longer than the Kickstarter. Which means that how long I've worked at it isn't necessarily how long the game has been in production. Like, because before it became A Hat in Time was just some whatever thing I was working on in Unreal Engine. So I don't know if that counts as working on the game. But I've been working on A Hat in Time for about 4 years. And A Hat in Time has been in what we call full production for about 3 years. So that's after the Kickstarter it went into full production. Anyways, this jump feels good. I need to move this branch. So some people don't realize that games take a very long time to make. The reason you don't hear about that very often is because, for a good reason, developers often don't talk about the game before they're almost ready to release. This is because you don't want to spread your marketing and your release hype over a longer period. But games take a long time to make. Like, if you look at... what's a good example? Like, any of the Zelda games take several years to make. Doesn't even come close to the development time of A Hat in Time. Okay, so we've got a good jumping puzzle here. The only thing in the way is this tree here. I want to murder that tree. Let me just click the foliage tool, and then we'll move it somewhere else. That looks good. I'm getting way too distracted by the chat. I'm not used to this many questions at once. And it's very difficult to focus on the questions and design, keeping focus on the design at the same time. Right, okay, so if we were talking about development time, a Hatton time is about the scale, maybe larger than Mario Sunshine. And Mario Sunshine is about 10 years old, I think. So obviously, since then, tools have improved to the point where a smaller studio can make a game like Mario Sunshine that was made by a AAA developer with a several million dollar budget. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's just a flick of a button. I think that there was a graph somewhere that showed the number of developers in different Mario games. And I think 3D World had about 100 developers, and Mario Sunshine had about 60 developers or so. And even though a Hatton time is about the scale of Mario Sunshine, there were still 60 developers over us, and we are just about 10 developers. Which naturally means that we're going to take longer to develop the game than they developed Mario Sunshine. Even though the tools have improved a lot since then. I think Rare talked about this recently, where they said, oh, it took this number of people to make Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, but it took way more people to develop Banjo-3. Like, they started on a Banjo-3 and they were starting pre-production, and it took way more people than they had initially realized. And it's because as technology evolves, the standard for technology also evolves, which means people have a higher expectation for how the graphical fidelity should be. And that requires more people, even though tools have improved over time. Okay, so we've got this platform here, and it looks pretty good. Let me fix this branch here real quick. Next, we want to design path to this platform here. Some people were talking about the bell. Let's see. Parax, who is our engine programmer, says, I don't really like the position of the bell because it disables some of the platforms earlier than others. Some of the early platforms are solid, but the ones in the middle aren't. That is true, but that is intentional. So the way it's designed is that this bell... Can you even see my cursor? No, okay. So the bell is... the bell emits a radius, and anything within that radius becomes solid. And that means that these platforms here are going to become non-solid before these platforms here. But that is good because we want to give the player a sense of urgency, and we do so by fading out the platforms. But we also don't want to unfairly take the platforms away from under them. So over here, they regain some of they get closer to the bell, and so they get sort of like an advantage in the timer that controls whether the platforms are solid. I'll just demo that real quickly. Okay, the cursor is visible. That's good. So I hit the bell. And these are gonna become non-solid. Oh, I fell down. I'm non-solid. And now I'm racing away from the radius. Oops. I'm racing away from like the outer shell of the bubble, which is good because it means that I'm not unfairly punished for taking a long time at the start. I can regain whatever lost time I had. So that's intentional. Alright, cool. Here, take that away. Good, so now we need to make the path to the caves. Yes, this is Lakebait Temple from Triad Princess. The music, I mean. Nobby Nobbles asks, what program did you use to create the textures for this game? What was the process you went through to decide upon the style of the game? We use a mixture of Photoshop, Psy, and body paints, I think. And the design is a very unintentional. Like it's not like we created ahead in time and thought, okay, we need this very bright and colorful style. It's just these very basic character models. The very basic character models was an easy thing for me to model when I was working on the game on my own. So that's why we went with the like simple style. And the cell shading, like ahead in time isn't cell shaded anymore, but back then it was. And I chose cell shading because it could hide some of the bad normals we made for the models. For anyone who doesn't know, a model consists of both vertices which make up polygons, and polygons can have normals, which are the direction. Let me draw that in paint real quick. So if you have a model, there you go. You have 3 points which make up a vertex. So a model is a lot of these vertices. This vertex can point in a direction. So it can point, let's say it points this direction. So here's the center and it points this direction. Which means that when lighting hits, here's our sun. When lighting hits, we know to shade the model in a way that this surface is facing directly towards the sun. However, if you're a very poor 3D artist, your models might be fucked up. So it might be pointing this direction. And that will result in incorrect shading. So because we were so inexperienced from the start, we decided to use soul shading. But since then we've become a much more experienced. And so we decided to stay away from soul shading. Okay, so this path actually almost points over to the well. That's good. I want to try this out. And see how it plays. Sorry if the music is loud, I'll reduce it. There we go. So let's give this another spin. Someone asked if the sinking is reset if the player jumps. It does not reset. So if I stand here, I can jump all I want, but I'll still sink. Now I'm dead. Almost. Okay, so the green catches the player's interest here. It's sort of... Oh shit, I'm almost dying. The green in the distance here catches the player's interest. Standing here, I'm jumping over, and I see the green played in. I'm like, what is that? Great, so that's an even longer distance, I think. Can the player make that? He can! Fantastic! Okay, this puzzle created itself pretty much. And now I can just hit the bell. Oh, the orbs need to be corrected. Awesome, so that works really well. I want to remove this, I'll move this branch here because it obscures my vision. Instead. So we have a bunch of these signs here that point towards the wall. I just need to adjust them a tiny bit. There we go. We want the player to be able to see these signs from land. Someone asked if jumping into the swamp is a leap of faith. So a leap of faith is when the player doesn't know whether something will hurt them. This is often in the case of where you can't see the ground, but you're jumping in the hope that there may be ground underneath you. And in this case, I would say it is not a leap of faith, because the player is free to experiment. Like, the player isn't punished for it. Of course, naturally at the start they'll be like, oh fuck, I can't touch this. But once they get to this point here, their curiosity will bite them. They'll try and touch the swamp and see that it doesn't hurt them. Because when you're standing here and you look around, you'll think, okay, I want to get over there. What is the easiest way for me to do so? And that's just going for it. So that should be alright. Flipping the sign real quick. There we go. It's pointing in the right direction. Great, so when the player gets here, he'll see the sign that points to where the well is. I'll add one over here as well, so there's absolutely no doubt. I think okay, so Perix says, I wonder if people will just think they can't make the jump and then they just quit, basically. I think that is a fair complaint. But a part of a hat in time is exploration. And a part of exploration is not being told what to do. And as explorers, we have to experiment. And we want to experiment. We want to try new things. So I think it is fair to believe that the player is willing to try out new things. Like dying in a hat in time, there is no penalty for dying. So the player isn't too worried about potentially dying. There we go, more signs. Okay, good. So now we get to the fun part. So we have the path to our main objectives. That is the Subcon caves. Now we can tempt the player with some sub-objectives. So, for instance, what happens if I put a badge somewhere? Here is a nice hover badge. What happens if I put this out here? Well, let's find out. So as you might have noticed, I'm a big fan of just trying things and seeing how, as a player, I perceive that new element. Because you can never really like get a good image of what the player is gonna see without just trying it out. So I'm going here. This is the only path at the moment. I see that thing. Okay, cool. So there's two things that catch my interest. So as a player, I'm standing here jumping, like, how do I get out there? Obviously, there's no way to get out there without dying. But as a player, I'm curious. So what happens if I just shotgun it? I die. Okay. Great, so how can we make this an interesting puzzle? Well, what if we took one of these platforms here, put it over here. Move the badge a bit closer. Okay, let's try this out. This is interesting. Awesome. Okay, maybe the badge is grabbing my attention. Maybe not. What happens if I hit it? Awesome. That's great. Cool. So that actually works. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So, okay, so we got our first temptation. This badge right here, and this tells the player This tells the player that there are more things up in the swamp than just this well. Dusk asks, can you get the badge without the bell? That is a good question. I'll try that out. Yes, you can. Okay, so that's obviously a problem. So let's try and fix that. If I put it over... Elo said Twitch asks, is it fair to assume players can triple jump and perform triple jumps? They may or may not be able to. I don't think it's necessary to complete this. Even if it was necessary, this is a good tutorial for learning the triple jump. By triple jump I mean double jump and dive. We do this a lot in ahead in time. We put badges in a location that requires them to do a certain set of moves. And by doing so, we're enticing the player to learn these new moves and become familiar with them. Let's see. Tall enough? There we go. I don't think the player can reach that. Find out. Excelfor asks how many people have been developing this game. We're about a team of 10 people, but not everyone is full-time in the game. There we go. Okay, so I can reach that. What happens if the bell is off? I reach it. I can't. But I can climb up to it. Okay. That's interesting. So, how do I fix that? I can pull it out further, I guess. There we go. Daniel CNR asks, is the wall climb inspired by Genji/Hanzo's climb in Overwatch? It is not, but I can see the similarities. The climb is simply just because we thought, what if we reverse the direction of sliding? So Headkit can slide. There we go, she slides down. And we thought at one point, what if that direction was the other way instead? And that became the basis for more climbs you can do. Very cool. So I can't reach that yet. If I stand on the bell... The elevate. Okay. Can't reach it. That's a pretty good puzzle. Weird Whiskers says, the bell just floats there. Shouldn't it be attached to some board? The bell is floating because a spirit is holding it up. You see, there's a small spirit holding the bell, and it only becomes visible when you hit the bell. Kaiser Lucas asks, can you reach it if you jump down from the top of the well? Yes, I believe you can, but I don't think that matters too much. There you go, see, so the creature becomes visible when the bell is hit. Let me try jumping from the top of the well. Yep, I can reach it. So that's not too big a deal. Like what? Like if the player is smart enough to realize they can jump down from the well, that's fine. Whatever. Like we present them a very obvious solution by showing them this platform here. So by showing that platform, we're saying this is the obvious solution. But if they decide to jump from the well, then good for them. They are very smart. Great. Like the worst thing you could do is over-design something so that everything is blocked off except that one solution that you want. Because players approach problems with different solutions. And the goal is to make the player feel smart or feel happy. And if they do so by jumping down from the well, that's fine. The player just feels that much smarter. Great, so now we can start diving very deep into the swamp. But this is sort of the outer edge of the swamp. What is that doing there? Alright, I need to... And anyways, next we'll look at more interesting puzzles we can do deeper inside the swamp. Because we know once the player is deep inside the swamp, that player is a skilled player. Like that player deliberately seeks a challenge. We go. There's probably too many of these capsules here. Let's see. Yeah, way too many. Don't need this one. Weird Whiskers asks, will there be a co-op multiplayer mode? Yes. There is a 2-player co-op mode, and it works both online and offline. Okay, this platform is now pointless. Just get rid of it. Cool. So, a smart player will look around this area and see that there's more to the level. Let's add something in the distance that looks interesting. Like right here. Will the player see that? Maybe here. There we go. Okay, cool. Will players see that? Yes, they will. So that platform over here becomes our new hub for all the new challenges we're going to make. Let's add some light over there to really grab the player's attention. There we go. Now the question is whether the player can make that jump. I guess we'll find out. There we go. That was the Boop Troop Discord, if anyone wants to join that. That's a very cool group. Okay, so let's find out if the player can make it over there. So I'll be trying my very best to make this. Oh, it does seem possible. Awesome, it was actually very easy. Cool. That's not so bad. I can't abuse the sign. That's great. Sure, Daniel, you can post an invite to the Boop Troop Discord if you want. Okay, so we got a little platform over here. Let's make some interesting puzzles. So, the very first puzzle that comes to mind is one where we specifically ask the player to go out of the comfort zone. Like, what happens? Oh, that's the wrong kind of bell. There we go. Like, what happens if we ask the player to go out here and hit the bell? Let's try it. Let's just play it and see how it feels. Vincent MRL asks, what DirectX version will the game run on? Or will there be multiple supported DirectX versions? Ahead in Time will only run on DirectX 9, which means it basically supports all modern PCs. Like, there's no point in using DirectX 11 or 12 if everything we need is within DirectX 12. Sorry, DirectX 9. Okay, so what happens? I go out here, I hit it, and I'm very frightened. Okay, so the feeling I get when I go out there and hit the bell is I'm very spooked. And that's great, because we want to feel spooked in Subcon Forest. Like, it's very unpleasant to go out there and hit the bell. So let's add a delay to the draining. There we go. So what can we do with that? Well, we can give the player a little jump boost by doing so. Give them access to a higher area. Let's see. So. See, now the player can go out and hit the bell. They'll return here for safety and then jump up here to progress. Okay, let's try this out. Wait, I need to add a platform that doesn't disappear. There we go. Guys, don't disappear. So by default, the player can't jump up there. But if he hits the bell, he can. Camera. Seems good. Let's give it a spin. There we go. So, if the player is in the swamp, he thinks that's dangerous. But we're forcing the player out here to hit the bell. And now they can progress. And we're giving them a lot of time to do so, apparently. That is a very slow decay. Let's increase that. This song is "Oh Sweet Death" from the Left 4 Dead soundtrack, not a Hat in Time something. Left 4 Dead 2 specifically. Alright, so oh, okay, that's way too fast. What can't even make that? A bit slower. Parax is right, that is from the Paris from Left 4 Dead 2. Here we go, hit the bell. Great. Oh man, it looks great when it like bounces off all these hanging leaves. Like that looks great, the visual is great. I want to see that one more time. Look at that. Looks great. Very cool. Awesome. So we've got it like a moderately difficult puzzle here. Wixo asks if I could showcase my stupid bot. So the stupid bot is a bot we made that sort of plays like a very basic player. It looks for collectibles that are near the player and it just goes for them. And then it looks around the screen and sees, okay, what's the next thing that attracts my eye? And our goal for Ahead in Time is to have that bot be able to complete every level. Now, unfortunately, I'm not working on a specific act this time around. And as a result, I can't really show the bot because this bot only runs through acts. It's not capable of solving puzzles like this. Mikafer asks, Jonas, do you playtest with keyboards and mouse or a controller? I play exclusively with a keyboard and mouse. Like, I'm a big keyboard and mouse fan. So it's just what I use exclusively. Okay, cool. So now we got like a small puzzle. Let's reward the player by giving them something interesting. And that something interesting doesn't have to be a badge. We can show them other neat things. So we also want to be careful because we don't want the player jumping up here, which is an inaccessible area. So players like challenges. Like we want to see cool things and we want to defeat cool things. It's a very basic understanding of a gamer. So a reward doesn't have to be like a hat or a badge or something. A reward can also be an interesting challenge to overcome. For instance, a driving factor in a lot of games is to be able to get to the end boss and defeat the end boss. And we aren't striving for that because we want a reward for defeating the boss. Like, the boss itself is the reward. So I want to give the player an interesting challenge. What should that challenge be? Oh, I know. Okay, so some of you may remember the spider enemy we programmed last time. Here he is. And all this spider enemy does is hang from the ceiling and wait to be killed, basically. So we hang a bunch of spiders here that look very fun to jump on. Maybe the player will find that to be an interesting reward. Let's see. Alright, so the best way to figure out whether this is effective is just to jump into the game. See. So the player doesn't really see the spiders all that much. Like, the player has to look up to see them, and the player never looks up. Like, that is a general rule. Players don't look up. Let's see what happens when I get there. I don't even think I can make that jump. Oh, barely. That was very fun to do. That was actually extremely fun to do. Let's see, can we increase their radius? I want to make them show earlier. There we go, side radius. Let's make them appear way earlier. I wanna try that again with the new radius. Okay, now they hang down. So that looks... Look at that. They're looking at you even. They're taunting you. They're saying you can't jump on us. Okay, let's make the window a bit bigger. That's way too big. Alright. Look at that. Look at how menacing that looks. It looks like they're looking down at you and just judging you silently. So, let's try going up to them. That's what they get for judging me. Great, so... that was really fun. I think we can lower them down even further. It's too bad this tree is in the way. I guess we can move it a bit. I'll move the spiders rather. There we go. And then let's allow the player to do multiple homing attacks. I believe I added a way to that. Yes, there we go. Next I want to try lowering their hang height, just so the player can like get a good look of them earlier. And that's great because the player passes right by them here. Cool. And again, I just want to go in and play. I think that's really like the biggest advancement in game engines, is being able to like play on the spot. If any of you have worked in old game engines, like the Source engine, you can't just play in editor. You have to compile the game, then launch up the game separately from the editor, and then load into the stage and then teleport to wherever you want to spawn. Like that greatly reduces iteration time. Okay, cool. So the spider is already looking at me from here. Oh, look at how great that is. Like, just as I walk over here, the spider's like, "What's up? What's up, dude?" And so I go over here and I keep looking at the spiders, and then keep looking at me. They keep saying, "What's up, dude?" And I go over here and I see, oh, okay, so there's these platforms here. And there's these leaf platforms, and then there's the 3 spiders. And I'm like, I get it. I get what I need to do. So I hit the bell. I jump up. And here I'm giving a bit of briefing time before I have to do this thing. Fantastic. They could even be spaced further. King asked if the spiders respawn, and I believe they do not, but I can fix that. Right here. There we go. Now they respawn. I'll move them a bit further apart. And then what is the reward? The reward can be put over here. Oh wait, it shouldn't be a disappearing platform. It should be a solid platform. There we go. Doesn't quite line up with the player path. But we can adjust that. Lower it a bit. Want to make sure the player can't reach it. No, there's a tree in the way. What a coincidence. What a happy coincidence, boss. There's a tree in the way. Let's see, so we want to make the spiders line up. There we go, and we can the heights a bit every time. You can probably jump around this tree, but for now I want to be a bit ignorant and just design this good puzzle, and then afterwards we can look into exploits. Okay, so getting the bell up here. Okay, that feels great. One of the spiders were a bit more difficult to hit than the other. Yeah, the spacing isn't even. There we go. Now it's a bit more reasonable. Okay, so people were concerned with being able to exploit this. So let's just test it out. See if it can be exploited. Me on Fire asked, how many jumping puzzles etc. in the game are pre-designed, and how many are made on the fly like you do now? We don't have design documents or anything, so everything is just done through trial and error. Like, this is absolutely the best way to design a game. Okay, I can't skip it. But this is the best way to design a game because you get to feel out what feels great and what feels awful. Because you might be able to write on a paper like, okay, the player should be able to jump in this sequence or whatever, but you'll never know if that feels great. Cool, so we may need to increase the height so that the player isn't capable of bypassing the segment. Let's see, is that a good height? Yeah, there's no way the player can reach that. So that looks pretty reasonable. Just the height a bit. We can even push the spiders out further. Great, let's try this out. By the way, I'm not saying that doing any form of design documents or writing is a bad thing. I'm just saying you can never base your design exclusively on something that's been written down. You always have to feel out and see how something feels in game. And I think the majority of the time, your assumptions are wrong. Like, you may think something feels great, but it does not necessarily. Okay, so let's see if it can be completed. Yes, yes, and yes, absolutely. Can it be cheated? Can't even land on it. Try again. It cannot be cheated. Great. So some of you who have played a beta build might ask, if you used hover, could you make that jump? And the answer is no. And that's due to some fundamental changes that I won't go over now. But basically, the player isn't capable of gaining as much height as previously. Cool, so we got a platform here and a cool challenge for the player. Now they get a payoff for doing that very difficult challenge. And that can be a reward. But the badge at the end isn't the full reward. Like, it's part of the reward. So you complete this small challenge here, and you get reward number 1. You get to this segment here, and you get reward number 2. We go. So that is a very cool platforming segment. Spacebar is defect says, hey there, did you know that your beta was already speedrun at Awesome Games Done Quick last year? Yes, we did, and we donated a prize to Awesome Games Done Quick for that year. So we knew it was going to be speedrun. Okay, cool. So, since this is our little hub here, I want there to be multiple puzzles in this area. Let's see, what else can we make that's interesting? Does anyone have any ideas for cool puzzles? Like, just whatever, something you want to try it or feel like it might be interesting. It doesn't have to be like a complete design, just I want to see more spiders and something. I'll be happy to try out something interesting. Because even a simple idea like, I want this puzzle to only be completable by dive, has a lot of interesting twists that can be made of it. Okay, so there seems to be a lot of requests for wall jumping. Cool. Let's try something. Well, okay, so one thing that is a bit of an obstacle here is that the geometry here does not lend itself well to wall jumping. Like, it isn't a flat surface, trees are bent. The only real thing we've got are wooden platforms. But let's see, I do believe we have some housing we can use, maybe. Maybe. That might be interesting. Well, let's start with a block out. So we'll bring in the blocks. Here we go. The block. Let's see, it has to be a bit away from these guys. I think this area here. Pretty interesting. Okay, so normally when the player does a wall jump, there's no risk of them dying from it. But what if we could change that? Like, what if we put 2 platforms next to each other, and then the risk, like if you fail this jump, you're going into the swamp. Could we make something interesting from that? Well, find out. Let's just put these 2 blocks here and then feel out the scenario. Like, I want to feel how wall jumping feels inside the swamp. Okay, so how does it feel? Oh shit, I'm slowing down because I'm sinking. Ah, so it seems that doing wall jumps doesn't cancel your sinking speed. I could fix that. Maybe I should fix that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna fix that. So, oops. There we go. Let's see, let me go into the code real quick. There we go. This is part of the source code for a hat in time. Let's see. Let's see, where's the code that controls the swamp? I found it. Okay, I'm gonna do a short amount of off-screen programming real quick. Let's see. I guess I could show it on screen. No harm in that. Yeah, this isn't Unreal Engine source code. This is just our source code. I think Notepad++ crashed. Ooh. Let's retry that. There we go. Okay, so we need a swamp effects movement variable. There we go. Yes, I saw what Simo wrote. I wouldn't worry about that too much right now. Right now we're just trying out this new idea. And this idea will have exploits, but we are not looking to completely make an exploit-free solution right now. So, I'll turn swamp effects movements on when the player touches the swamp. And then if the player does a wall jump, there we go. Here we go. Then they're unaffected by the swamp until I hit the swamp again. Okay, let's try that out. See how it goes. Mr. Foggy says, another idea I have is you could have platforms drifting around on the water that you have to ride on. I think that's a very good idea as well. Okay, cool. So that small issue should be fixed now. Let's give it a go. So let me just make sure Wow. I forgot to completely make it do anything. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, now we should be good. Afro Enigma says, how about falling blocks or platforms that collapse when you step on them? Those are also really good ideas. You guys should be designers. Like, people think, oh, okay, whatever, these ideas are easy to get. Who needs someone specifically hired to get ideas? But I think the people who are very good at coming up with ideas are very valuable, especially late in development where everyone is tired and exhausted. Okay, so does my movement get slower? It does. Great. And I continue to move freely? I can. Okay, great. And I only start sinking if I hit the water. Now I'm dead. Cool, so that works kinda. Now I can start to fill out the scenario. So, how does that feel? Feels very spooky. Do I die instantly? Yes, I die instantly. Okay. So I don't know how I like this. Maybe your sinking should just be reset entirely if you jump from one wall to another. That actually makes the most sense to me. So I'm gonna apply that change. Let's see. Go. So let's find the code for the swamp. Gets reset when player is in the swamp. Great. Probably just go. So I want the same for wall jumps if they're consecutive. I believe we have a property for that. Somewhere. Has wall jumps, there we go. Okay, so if has wall jumped and you do another wall jump, then your sinking process gets reset. Perfect. I don't think there's any harm in resetting the player's sinking speed if they do a consecutive wall jump. Cool, let's try it again. So, let me check that I sink in this one. Yes, I do. Do I instantly die if I touch the ground? No. Great. So, okay, so we've got this going. So again, this design is actually similar to this puzzle here, in that you're forcing the player to go into the swamp and then do something they're used to. And I like that. That's a good design. Because it takes, like this scenario right here, the player has already done this before. But it's given a new twist by having the swamp underneath. Let's see. There are many ideas in chat right now, and they're all really good. Let's see. Crust Forever says, I feel like you aren't using the swamp much. Mario Galaxy has a similar sinking sand mechanic, and when it is present, Mario has to enter the sand by design. We do have multiple areas where the player has to enter the swamp by design. I think you'll see them more, but I showed them at the very beginning, and also I'll be showing them some more. Right, okay, so someone asked for a wall jumping, and this is a clear wall jumping puzzle. I think we can even encourage the player to step out here by adding of these. Let's just add it to the middle. And then add one over here that says, please jump on me, I am a wall. There we go. Okay, so we have a new type of puzzle here. It's very basic, actually, very basic puzzle. But it fits into the theme we have going here, which is the player has to enter the swamp for a limited period of time. I think that's good. Let's see. So where does the player end up? Well, we could make these a bit thicker so the player can stand on them. There we go. And then we could add a little platform and jump to. Also, look at how much design we are putting into like a tiny area. Like, it's very dense with information, which is great because it feels very it feels like a very fulfilling area. There are so many questions in the chat. Let's say Dread6 says, I think that pairing wall jumps with the bark slides would feel very satisfying. Like you have the skill of jumping, the break of the slide followed by a timing in the jump to make it to the next platform. What is bark sliding? Maybe you mean the slide down? That's interesting. So it's more about timing your jumps. Wall jump. I think that might be too complex for this area. Like, this is the second world, so the player is still getting... The player has experience with the moveset, but is still not super comfortable with it yet. Like, they're not on a pro level. Anyways, okay, cool. So, is there a way we can get the player up here? First of all, can this be abused? Let's see. We could make this have collision. I can't. Okay, let's just assume this has collision. Cool, how do you make the player? We can add another platform. Or we could make the player do more climbing. Flash Trickstar says, what about a tilting seesaw kind of platform? Or would that need to be saved for another level? So that's a sort of physics-based challenge. And those... I don't find those too interesting. Like it's... Yeah, I don't see a lot of interesting stuff that could be done with that. It's mostly because I want to explore the player's moveset. Because we want to enforce or reinforce to the player that their moveset is useful. And a seesaw doesn't really offer a lot. But that really depends on what else could be added to the seesaw. Okay, so we need to get the player up there. How? I guess a very simple solution is just to add a platform over here. How does that look? That's way too high. Can it be accessed? Probably. Let's see. We turn it probably can't. There we go. And then let's add another bit higher up. There we go. So let's just play this out and see how it feels. Wayward Chair asks, can you hit those spiders from the wall jump puzzle? I think so. No, that looks... I don't know. Let's try. Birdie Birds asks, is there a way to make a puzzle on the tree branches themselves? Not the leaf pile part of them. Makes harder jumps. So, if we had to land on the branches themselves, that would be what I consider to be precision platforming, which is where you have to land on a very narrow platform. For instance, if I had to land on that thorn down there, that is a challenge, yes, but it's not necessarily a very fun challenge, because this challenge is made even more difficult by depth perception. So if I have poor depth perception, I'll miss. So the challenge in itself isn't that it's difficult, it's just it's very hard to perceive. And that's what I call precision platforming, and I don't find it to be very fun or interesting. Which is why I use these big red leaf platforms. Anyways, the player can make it up, you know. That's great. Can the player cheese it? Oh, yes he can. So we don't want the player to skip this part down here, because that part is fun. See. And the player go the other way as well. No way. No way. Oh, I can't. Can't at all. And I can't cheat it. There are a lot of questions in chat. It's very hard for me to keep track. Anyways, so we've got a problem where the two puzzles intersect. And we can't fix that. We can fix that using this branch here. We can just make that part solid. Like, because if the player can't see through this branch, the player won't try to do the jump because the information is obscured. Like, I won't know that puzzle is over there. So that should be okay. And we can add... Well, first of all, we can turn the branch. So it's less accessible, the spider area. Then we can add rebranch here to also just block it off. It looks weird as fuck on a tree, but it works in our case. We may need to adjust that. Okay, so this platform here, get rid of it. This tree blocks off a lot of things suddenly. Look at that. It's obscuring so much information. That's pretty wild for a tree. It does almost look like a maze, yeah. Cool, so... Like, this is pretty clear. So... We're just gonna copy another badge over here. We do have rewards that aren't badges, but they're kind of spoilery, so this time around I'm just gonna make it badges. And this is also like a great tease, saying when you're doing this puzzle here, you can look over there and see, oh, there's another badge. Like, there's not even any reason to have this at the platform. Oh wait, maybe there is. We need a landing path here after the jumps. We can treat that to be a bit... Alright, so this tree is pretty wild, but it gets the job done. Awesome. Okay, let's just play this whole segment from start to finish. Winnie Baller asks, do the spiders respawn? Yes, they do respawn. So let's go all the way back to... Yeah. Let's just play it. Experienced Weeaboo asks, how long do you think casuals will take to any % and 100% ahead of time? I think for any %, a casual playthrough is at minimum, absolutely minimum 6 hours, maybe 7. It's between 6 and 8, I feel. That's the absolute minimum. 100%, that's very difficult. I think that'll take a long time. Okay, so I'm jumping through and I'm seeing all kinds of info. I'm seeing 2 badges here, lots of spiders, this puzzle over here. I want to play it all. So I hit the bell, what does it do? Oh, these are solid. Oh, that is solid as well. Interesting. So I'll try and hit it multiple times, because players do that. And I'll try and climb up. Ooh, so that gets me to the well, but I also want that badge. So... Oh, I missed the jump. Get the badge. I go back. Then I see there's something over there. There we go. And I want to get over to that, so just walk. Go. Oh, did the spiders taunt me? I didn't see that. If they stop taunting me, that's the shame. See. Oh, they're still there. Just a bit outside, which is unfortunate. Okay, so I'm at this area and there's a lot of information to take in. First of all, there's this very obvious wall jump thing, and then there's also this thing over here. So the wall jump, when the players enters this area, they'll be looking directly at the wall jump area. So that's the puzzle they'll be doing first. Jump in, we do the consecutive wall jumps. That feels great. Players might try to make this jump. It's bad, obviously. Okay, we jump over here, and then over here, and we get the badge, so that's awesome. Then we jump down. Do this. Awesome, that feels really good. So we've got a pretty good segment here. And yeah, it doesn't look like I can jump over there. So that feels great. And it's pretty difficult. Like, it looks like it's easy for me, but you should always assume that your players have twice the difficulty with the puzzles that you do. Okay, there are a lot of questions in the chat. I'm gonna try to answer some of them. Are the wall jump tech... What the... Experienced Weeaboo asks, are the wall jump textures going to be replaced later? Yes, these are placeholder. They're what we call a block out, which means we just place blocks and to get the experience that we want. But these will be filled in by the art team later. There was something about co-op. Someone asks, there we go. Will asks, are there puzzles that incorporate co-op? No. A Hat in Time is designed with single player in mind, but we allow for co-op. It's kind of like that Mario 64 hack that allows for co-op. That's what inspired our co-op implementation. So the game is designed with single player in mind, but you can play it with a friend if you want. There are so many questions. Darkstar GTA is asked, do you usually work on the game this late? Or is it just for the stream and you actually do normal work hours when working normally? It's a mix. Sometimes I work early in the morning and then just tune out late in the evening. Sometimes I wake up late and just work late. It really depends. Because Gears for Breakfast is very flexible, so I can just work whatever hours I want. Drastic says, also I would say that the path to the new badges isn't that intuitive. People might think a platform will come later. Can you say which specific badges you're thinking of? Like, I think they're pretty intuitive, but I might be wrong. So if there's any in particular you feel are bad, I can look into it. Flash Trickstar says, can you try adding vines for tightrope platforming? That is a good idea. That's a good idea. I don't know if I'll be doing that today. Just because there's so much I want to do with this swamp. It's such a cool gameplay toy to play around with. I want to do something that's a bit more closer to the player's core moveset. And tightroping aren't really that close to the player's core moveset. Yos Synergy asks, I'm looking for a professional designer who could tell me how a specific game achieves a specific look. I assume it has to something to do with lighting or SSAO, but I'm not sure. Are you not experienced in such a topic to may answer this? There's so much to cover for that question. So you're asking how a game achieves its visual style. And that's done through a mixture of geometry, materials, lighting, and textures. For instance, low poly and high poly are two completely different styles, but they almost exclusively involve modeling. I think that question is way too broad to like go into depth in here. Right now, I'm interested in designing segments for this level here, so that's what I want to focus on. But that is a good question, and I would love to answer it, but it's just way too big to cover right now. Let's see. Vincent MRL says, I would like to have the build mechanic expanded, different objects that get activated by the aura, maybe build batch time challenge. Also RGB builds with area color mixing would really be great. R plus D equals Y in the intersection aura. That is a very, very good idea. But I don't even feel like we've... Okay, so you always want to explore an idea fully before moving that idea to a next level. So in a Hat in Time, the base player movesets are like the bottom level, and then the bell gets added on top, which is like an extra layer, and then the swamp gets added on top, which is an additional extra layer. So I want to fully explore this layer we've got here before I add another layer, which would be like different colors. So I don't know if that'll be like, I definitely won't have time for this stream to like add another layer on top, and I don't even know if there'll be enough space in the level itself, just because there's so many options just with these two new elements. Okay, there keep coming questions in, and they're so in depth. Like, I want to talk about every one of your questions for hours and hours, but I also want to get some more segments made for this level. So let's look at Subcon Forest and see where else we can add some interesting challenges. So now we looked at how from the inside you can branch out into new areas. I want to look at how you can from the outside get into new areas. So let's see. So okay, so the well is a pretty clear like landmark. Every player has to go here, so they'll all remember this area. But what if I gave the player the option to like explore this area from multiple angles? Like, what if we allowed the player to go behind the well? So let's see. That would be cool. That would be neat. What if the well had a backside? we go. So here's our little backside. Oh my god, there's so many questions. Drastic asks, I get the aspect of making them go through the swamp in order to make them feel creeped, but how do they know they have to run through the swamp? That's part of the act, so I can't show it here because it's super spoilery. There's lots of spoilers in it. But the player is tasked with finding this well here, and it is guaranteed they will enter the swamp. Okay, so I want to try and make this a little fun backside. Like, what if the instead of jumping into the well, what if the player went around the well and jumped down? I want to make a small cool segment with that idea. Because when a player does look behind the well, or if a player does. I don't think many people will, but the very small percentage that'll look behind the well will feel really smart for having found this small backside to the well that I've made. Okay, cool. So there's nothing here, and if you look down, that's too visible. Let's reduce it a bit. Let's see. Okay, so the player jumps on here and he looks around and he sees nothing. That's bad. How can I make this backside interesting? Okay, well, first of all, I want to put a badge there. Go. So, player jumps here. Guess we can make them jump over here as well. So if I look here, platform. Now we want to make it a one-way platform. There we go. This is definitely one way. Awesome, okay. So what happens if the player goes this path? Oh yeah, Dexter, Andre, Oceander is right. We should be careful that the player doesn't reach this end of the map here, which is inaccessible. But I'll worry about that later. Right now I just want to see how this feels. Lafos asks, Jonas, how about a spirit guide like the one that guides you through the desert in OT? There are no guides in Time. Like, that's a deliberate design choice. We want the player to feel alone, and we want to feel them like an explorer. And a guide hurts that idea. Cool, so I jump up here. I see there's a thingy here. And I feel very smart for being able to get this. Hooray! No. Okay, so how do I get back? I can just walk around. And now I feel really dumb because this was always accessible. I just didn't know about it. So that's a very cool puzzle idea. Let me try it again. So I go up. See the platform. I jump down, get a cool reward, and then I just go around like an idiot. That's great. I like that. Cool. So that's a very neat, like, small backside to the well. Okay, so the players can definitely jump over you. Can we prevent that? Dexter says the lower branch feels kind of redundant when you can just jump directly onto the platform where the badge is. That is correct, I actually agree with that. When I played, I jumped on this platform here and I was like, what's the point of this one? If I put it higher, maybe it'll feel less redundant. Nah, let's just remove it. You're right, dude. Redundant. Okay. Should we add a lantern? No, it should feel like a proper backside. C says, I don't know if you are aware of this, but the flame inside the lamp stays in the same place in the air while the lamp is swinging, and sometimes it's even outside the lamp itself. That is correct. Yeah, that's because we're doing a art pass on the level at the moment, and that sometimes results in incorrect visuals like that. I wouldn't worry about it. It will get fixed. Okay, so this is our tiny backside. I want to move this platform. I guess I'll just move it further like this. Okay, let's see if the player can jump to the edge of the map. Ello said Twitch says, how often do you guys playtest? That depends on whether you mean we just play the level and see what works, or if you mean like a full playtest session. Yeah, that doesn't feel great. Okay, so we do this kind of development a lot. Like, we just try out things and then see what works. Full playtests we do every so often. Like, a couple of months apart. Okay, so, how do I balance this? I guess I can move the tree closer. I'll probably move the tree. There we go. Save that. Waywatcher asks, how do you guys manage multiple people working on the same level? We have a claiming system. One person claims the level, lets everyone know, and that person exclusively uses the level. And until that person says he is done, the level is inaccessible to everyone else. However, we can still work on like art assets in the meantime, so it's not completely. So we can still work on, like, technically work on the same level. This feels. I'm moving this branch here. There we go. Now it's as far away from the wall as can be. Let's have this one point a bit more towards us. Go. There we go. So, let's try this out. Flash Trickster asks, how will the bosses be handled in co-op? Will the boss be able to focus on both players? Yes, the boss focuses on whoever is most vital to him. So if it's a boss with ranged projectiles, then he focuses on whoever is closest, and if it's another kind of boss, he just focuses on whoever is like hurting him the most. Okay, so let's climb up again. We see the platform. Interesting. Another one here. We get the badge. And we feel really silly. Ooh, so maybe I'll actually move this platform up further. So it attracts more players. It's funny how such a small detail will have such a big impact. Like how visible this platform here is entirely determines how many players are going to see that secret. Danny asks, speaking of co-op, how will the camera mode work in co-op? Does it freeze both players, or will it remove the freezing mode and allow the world to flow normally while they use the camera? Oh, you mean the instant camera. The entire world freezes while one person is using the camera. Including the second character. Okay, cool. So I like this backside. I want to make... Okay, so now I want to focus on some sort of entry. Like, so we have this very clear, this is the way to go, but I want to have alternative paths into the swamp. Like, ideally multiple paths should lead to this well over here. So first of all, let's just duplicate this one. This. There we go. That looks pretty good. So the player can go here and see, okay, that just leads back to where I came from. So that works pretty well. Pretty much. There we go. So, what happens if the player enters from here? Well, let's start out by giving them the same treatment. So, they'll see the same kind of walkway. Go. Force asks, how do you guys pick playtesters? We just find someone who's willing to play the game for free. Ah, fuck, I forgot the route. Sometimes we pay playtesters, but like sometimes we say, hey, do you want to earn X number of dollars? Just try out the game for an hour or two. And people are usually interested. Like, who doesn't want to play games for free, right? Especially around college areas. There's a lot of people who are just up for trying new things. There we go. Get a bit. Oh yeah, these phone traps are, like these ones are a big spoiler, so I won't really talk about what they do. There we go. Okay, cool. So it starts kind of the same way. I'm gonna move this up. So, what's kind of annoying that it's obscured by trees. So, at least if you follow this path here of orbs, you'll see it. So, what kind of puzzles should we do here? Tyler the Great asks, one moment, I need a glass of water. Tyler asks, do you ever get people like friends or family members to play the game? Yes, I do. My siblings are great playtesters because they are willing to give harsh feedback. It's very difficult to get people off the street to give like honest feedback. Sometimes people will try to be nice and just be like, oh, okay, yeah, I enjoyed this, even though you can see that there's no fire in their eyes. So siblings are great because they'll just be honest with you, say, look, Jonas, this part here is shit. And that's great because that's what I want to hear. Like, I want to improve the game, so I want to hear what parts are shit. Okay, let's get another one of these platforms. I think I actually just want to duplicate this over here to make sure the player gets the same experience if they take the two paths to this well. Go. That looks interesting. This area looks like it was designed for this platform. Look at how well it fits. Such a long way over there though. Let's see, is it the same scenario? Yes. Let me try hitting this again. So I'm just trying to give the exact same experience this time, just in a different area. See. So no way you can make that. Great. There's no way the player can make it over there, is there? May need to give them a bit of a walkway. Cool. So let's grab one of these. Add a bit of them over here. Can the player make that? Yes. Looks like it. Okay, cool. Let's give that a spin then. The Quimble asks, how about a moving platform puzzle? Maybe a swamp creature that gives you a lift over the swamp to the designated area. I think multiple people have been asking about moving platforms in the swamp, and I'm totally up for that. That sounds like an interesting challenge. King Shadow asks, are several of the acts that were in the beta combined into one big act? No, they are still separate. Okay, let's try. Oh wait. I want to jump. Yes, that's super easy. That one, not so much. But I can't make it. Is it clear? Oh yeah, that's super clear. Right. Next, this part. Oh, I'm struggling. Not too bad though, not too bad. Like, even if I don't do a dive, I'm fine. Awesome. Oh, yeah, it should say 2017. And let me correct that, Bill. Let's see if I can remember how to edit things. There we go. All done. Crunchy Cookie Cock says, what's the deal with the big skeleton? Is he just decoration? Yes and no. I don't really want to talk about him too much. He's a bit spoilery. Okay, cool. So we've got the same puzzle twice. That's fantastic. Now let's go in a completely different area where the player is never gonna approach it like normally. Like, if the player approaches the swamp from this area, then they're purposefully looking for a challenge. So let's give them a challenge. So first, I want to start it out with the same structure. But this is a very good introduction to the swamp. I want to keep using that structure. Let's drag it over. Here we go. This is for the hardcore player. Maybe we could give some indication that this is for the hardcore player. Here we go. Oh, look at the lighting on this. That looks great. That feels great. I want to keep that in a way. There we go. There we go. Look at this lighting. Like, that looks great. That feels great. Oops. Cool, so let's design some really difficult puzzles. To be honest, just have a sign saying, "Scrubs, get the fuck out, this is for pros, Elmao." Yeah. I don't know how indicate that this is very difficult. You know what? What about adding... Let's see. Add one of these. What is that? Is that a rock? Oh, maybe it is. No, it's a skull. Let's have little Mr. Scully here. Add him in the swamp. Oh, you can barely tell it's a skull. First of all, let's remove his collision. There we go. Now that looks dangerous. So this reminds the player of death, which means that the player understands that there's a risk of dying if they enter this swamp. Put a skull on the light post. That is a very good idea. I might do that. Look at that, fits perfectly. So this looks very dangerous now. Ivo says, can you askew the bridge a bit? Do you mean like this? I don't know, that looks weird. Maybe like this? No, it just looks weird. It isn't designed for it. But we can add something else. One moment. We can add one. There we go, we can add one of these. Let's go straight into this one. Obis asks, how difficult will it be to make a few skulls raise after water as you get closer, just to raise the spook factor? That is a very good idea. Oh, people, you meant tilt. You mean like this? That looks pretty good, actually. Oh, maybe it should be tilted. Same way. Okay, maybe you can do a 180. This bridge got fucked up. This looks weird, but I want to try that just to see how it is. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can. It's not this part. So we should remove the last part. But yeah, that definitely feels like... There we go. Just have no collision then. Cool. Daisy Lemon asks, is this Mario World music? It is not Mario World music, it is Super Mario Galaxy music. But it is a remix of a Mario World track. Okay, so we've let the player know that it's really spooky out here. Yeah, these two skulls almost look like they're smooching. I wonder if we could make a joke after that. Okay, so the actual challenge. Let's see, what can we do that's interesting? Some people said moving platforms, but I don't think... We don't have really any moving platforms in this level. So it doesn't make sense to introduce one just for this. Disappearing platforms could be interesting. Or I know what, we could introduce William's famous mushrooms. Let's see what happens if we do this. Here we go. Well, the player could probably just walk over that. Let's see. Electronium says wall jumping between trees. We just did that. BST PNV says sinking platforms. I might want to try that, yeah. Game Ninja says spells that dip when you're on them. That's sinking platforms. King Shadow says sinking platforms. Or a boat. Anyways, I want to try these mushrooms out. It probably feels bad. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Like, what's the point of using the mushrooms? I can just walk around that shit. Oh, hey guys, what's up? What are you doing? Oh, okay. See ya. Okay, so mushrooms are no good. But everyone seems pretty keen on having sinking platforms. Oh, I don't even know if I said what's up. Fuck. Buggers. Dude, I don't even know how to enable video on demand. Let me just make sure I enable that. Let's see, channel line videos. Oh, okay, it is making it. Okay, it is restoring watts, so that's good. Great, okay. So, everyone seems to suggest falling platforms, and I think that's a good idea. Let's see, what do we have for falling platforms? We have these. Ah, those are introduced in Trainwreck. We can't use these. They're too early. That's a shame. True, Kim Skell says sinking platforms wouldn't add much when the player always sinks without them, would they? That's true. But they're like a temporary safety net. Like, okay, let's try this. So I'm adding a platform over there. Yeah, let me try this. Let me try scattering a few of these. Over here, one over there. One here. And then the goal is over here. Whatever, this is just a very dumb basic setup, but let's see what happens. Wayward Chair says bouncing off spiders could work. That is a fantastic idea. I will definitely try that. Simon says, when I think of hardcore platforming, I think of Ori's escape scenarios. I have not played Ori and the Blind Forest yet. Okay, so walk, and I'm sinking, but I can momentarily regain my sink timer by standing on these platforms. That's interesting. That definitely makes for interesting gameplay, but the problem is we don't really have any sinking platforms. Like, if we think of the sequence of events that are ahead in time. So we've got Mafia Town, then Subcon, then Trainwreck. Well, the problem is that sinking platforms are introduced in Trainwreck, so this is too early to introduce them. But someone said spiders, and I think that's a good idea. So I want to try that. What if I replace the sinking platforms with spiders? Well, first of all, does my sync timer reset? That's what I want to know. Because if not, I might need to change that. That's true. Dusk says we do have platforms that are syncing, that are technically syncing the build platforms. That is true. That is actually interesting. Dexter and Dre Soyandra says, how did you guys make the world geometry? Did you make it yourself, or did you, as the game designer, work with the other artists in making it? So I did not make like the visuals for the world geometry. I didn't make that, but I did do the design for Subcon Forest. Wait, let me see. Does it reset? It does not reset. So I need to make it so the sinking timer resets when you bounce off a spider. Anyways, in terms of the world geometry, I made some initial designs that I presented to the artist and I said, can you make a rough version of this? And that rough is what we call a block-out. And that block-out we played on and then adjusted until we got a good design, and then we made the first art pass, which is what you're seeing now, which is just very basic kind of geometry. Timer says, if you want this hardcore, perhaps not resetting your thinking is a good idea. Players will die if they explore the unknown and eventually learn the path. Yes, but I want the player... So, okay, so the player can't make it all the way over to this platform. Like, that is impossible. But... we can make a puzzle out of it. Like, say to the player, oh look, you can't make it over there, but there are these spiders. What are you gonna do about it? And the player will feel smart for figuring out that spiders do reset their sinking timer. But I'm thinking, like, if we do implement that, I'm not sure it's going to be obvious. Maybe it will be. N. Malinowski says, I don't think there should be a problem using game designs introduced later in the plot for earlier levels, as long as they are for bonus exploration or special paths rather than the primary expected flow of the level. For example, in the Mario games, you're exposed to colored blocks in many levels that you can't use until much later, when you reach the corresponding bonus level and activate those blocks. That is, what you're describing is different. Those bonus blocks are meant to push the player into wanting to figure out what those bonus blocks are about. In this case, we don't want an entirely new game concept introduced to the player before it gets properly introduced. Nicholas Patton says, does he also use C#? I can program in C#, but I use C++ and Unreal Script for ahead in time. MattPow2 asks, is this game coming to Wii U? No. The dream is dead. Okay, so I'm going to program the timer reset for the spiders. So I have the resetting code here. I'm gonna reapply it to player. Let's see. here. Here we go. If the player exits the homing attack and it was not a cancel, their sync timer should be reset. Great, that's it. Let's give it a spin. I don't even think that it makes sense to release games on the Wii U anymore. They're about to replace it with a new console. Nicholas Patton says, how does he make the character slash monster? I programmed them in an Unreal script in C++. Dude, I feel bad for games like X Heroes that is designed like almost exclusively for Wii U, but it won't come up for another year, and by then the Wii U is gonna be buried. And I don't think the Wii U will have a strong, long-lasting player base, unlike the 360, which had a very strong player base, and games continued to be released for it, even like to this day. I don't think the same will be the case for the Wii U. Game Ninja asks, are you or anyone else on the team worried about possibly competing with Yooka-Laylee since they're also releasing in 2017? No, not really. I think it's very clear that A Hat in Time and Yooka-Laylee are two very different games. First of all, Yooka-Laylee is like a spiritual successor to Banjo-Kazooie, so it plays a lot like Banjo-Kazooie. While A Hat in Time is very visibly inspired by the Mario franchise. So, both Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie can exist in the same space, and so can A Hat in Time and Yooka-Laylee. Okay, so I want to examine this timer thing. So I'm syncing, and I'm good again. Great. That's very interesting. Can we make a so if I add a spider here, a spider here, then move the platform, very visible. Move the spider. Chris, the animator, says, I'm still confused on how Epic did the implemented the component system, like how to store which object had which components from the editor. Even I developed my own. I simply don't get how UE4 works internally. Unreal and Unity works very similarly in that they both have a object component system. And what that means is that one object has a list of components, and these components implement the actual functionality, such as the rendering of a 3D model or rendering of a particle effect. And the concept is actually very basic. They just store a list of components in an array on the object. There's really not much else to it than that. Okay, so see the platform, do your spider. I made it. Interesting. I feel like I should be syncing more before I start using the spider. So maybe like this. Okay, we also need to add more lights so that the player knows which way to take. So you get a light. And you get a light. There we go. So let's try that again. Would you say, Lucky Pow asks, would you say Unreal Engine 3 is a better engine to develop games in compared to Unity? I think Unity is a very lightweight engine, and Unreal is a very heavy engine. And that has its pros and cons. For instance, it's very easy to prototype in Unity, while it's very difficult to prototype in... By prototype, I mean create like a prototype from scratch, not prototype new ideas in an existing game. But prototyping new games in Unreal is very difficult. So it entirely depends on what kind of game you want. If you want grand open worlds that has to look very visually appealing, I would say Unreal is the thing to go for. But if you want to make a small game or a game that uses limited view, like you don't have to render a big city like Mafia Town, then Unity would be the best solution. But I don't think it matters too much. You can pick whatever you want. Okay, so I'm sinking. I don't even get to experience the reset before I get another spider. So let's move the second spider way further. Great. There we go. Cool. So, and you know what? Maybe we should add a spider right here they can experiment on. Let's make them all respawn. Last Trictor says, do you think it would be possible to make anything similar to the first two Super Mario games in Unreal, or would it be better in Unity? I would pick Unity for that case. Like, it's not too visually complex, so there's no reason to use Unreal. I would say Unreal is only for very big production games that require a lot of rendering. If you want people... Okay, Vincent says, my problem with Unreal is that it doesn't support DirectX 9, which goes against my I want everyone with a decent computer to run stuff policy. If you want everyone with a decent computer to run your games, you shouldn't be using Unreal, no. Unreal is a very beefy engine and requires a beefy computer. You have to do a lot of optimizing on your own before you can get a good result. Anyway, so we've got this puzzle here. So first there's a spider here that I get to feel it out. I have a theory. My timer gets reset and I bounce. I confirm this theory. Great. See this spider over here. Reset my timer. Oh. Dude, the player might try to hit the spiders with their umbrella. That would be bad. If they just did this. Boom. I am dead. That's interesting. Chubby asks, what is the circling thing around the spider for? Why does it only show up in the editor? That is when the player gets attacked by the spider. It spins its legs to hurt the player. Like this. I don't think I'm not sure I like this puzzle. So first of all, there's two problems with this puzzle. One, it takes the player a very long time to realize the timer is reset. Two, the player might attack the spiders using the umbrella. So this design goes out the window. Flash Trickster says, the spiders feel pretty inoffensive unless you touch them. Perhaps you could add a sort of projectile attack to some of them. That is on purpose. Like, they are designed this way because they're incorporated into puzzles. Inquisitive Ravenclaw says, I don't know, the test spider makes feel like it's there for some other reason, a part of an unseen puzzle. I agree. So let's ditch that idea. Cool, so let's try some disappearing platforms instead. Those are always a big hit. So here we have our good old friend, the bell. And let's try grabbing some of these platforms over here. And let's try putting down stuff. Here we go. Let's see. So now I'm just putting them a bit randomly. It doesn't really matter too much right now what exactly they're attached to. Cool, so they're here to give the player a jump start to reach that platform. Which means the player has to be fast. This is a timed puzzle. Because if the player is too slow, the platform disappears from under him. And he won't be able to make it in time. There we go. So, let's try and see what happens. Oops, that's my alarm. That means the stream is gonna be over soon, but I want to finish this puzzle off first. Chubby208 asks, what do you call a shading technique where you draw lines on the edges of the build's aura that intersect with the geometry? Oh, you mean this part here that touches the tree right now? That is using the depth buffer and a what do you call it? Yeah, the depth buffer and a pixel buffer, pixel depth buffer. So translucent objects have two buffers. They have a buffer that determines where the pixel is rendered in 3D space, and they have a buffer that determines the depth of what's behind them. So you just compare these two buffers, and you'll notice that if you move it like this, then the buffer is the difference between the two buffers is very large, because there's a very large distance between the sphere and the tree. But if the distance becomes very small, then we can say, okay, just write a different kind of color here. Let's just write a straight up white color. Anyways, so this puzzle gives us some time. Oh, I jumped. But I can still make the distance. Okay, cool. So it's not too punishing. Let's increase the distance. This. And let's make it drain faster. So now the player has to be really fast. Wayward Chair asks, how does the collision on those things work? It is very simple. We just compare is the part that the player is touching, is it within the range of the bell? If it is, we allow them to touch it. If it isn't, we don't allow collision. Cool, so we hit the bell. Need some of it. It drains super fast, but we can make it in no time. Cool, so that's actually a pretty difficult puzzle. Because it requires competence in dexterity. Kinda annoying that you have to hit it 2 times. What's up with that? That's weird. Let me see if that fixed it. Cool. That did fix it. Okay, great. So, it's a tiny puzzle, but it's manageable. And once you get over here, you're like stuck. Well, maybe. No, wait. You can make it back. Because this is a hill, you can dive further and make it in time. So you can't do that the other way around. I guess this puzzle is kind of 2 ways. Oh wait, you can make it by just diving. Guess I gotta move it some more. Move it up here then. Here we go. Okay, let's see how this goes. Birdie Birds asks, is there a way to make a moving bell? Like once you hit it, it will have a small radius that does not diminish at all, but it would move across the treetops, making you have to follow the bell and quickly jump from leaf to leaf as they appear to disappear until you reach the end. That is very interesting. I want to try that. Since the bells are carried on ghosts, we could probably make the ghost move around. That tree is very annoying, but the puzzle is still easy. Can I make it back? Oh, barely. Great, so it's not too difficult. I do need the platforms, or I die. No? Oh wow, I can just barely make it. How far do I need to move this back? This is very far. Cool. Alright, let's try moving it over here. Can the player see it? No, it's obscured by this tree. Big tree, you go over here instead. There we go, now it's visible. Dusk says you should probably add more lamps to guide the way. That's a good idea. Can the player really move this far? This feels really far. Fair. I guess challenges where the player has to move really far require really precise timing. I can try raising it, yeah. But I want the player to like have to touch the swamp. Like these small platforms only gives the player a small boost. Anyways, I'll try adding some more lights. Sort of guide the player. Go. They're gonna be a bit uniform. Being. There we go, that's pretty clear. That might be a bit. Robotic Sponge asks, would you hide a secret area in the swamp? Maybe. Maybe, wink wink. I think the swamp is really interesting, and I want the players to explore them. AJ Comics asks, I see there aren't many green orbs included in this level yet. Are they going to be added when level structure? Wait. Are you going to add those when the level structure is already finished? The swamp doesn't have anything yet. Like, the swamp is pretty empty. So that's what I'm working on right now. OJ Had says, I don't know what mechanics I learned prior to this puzzle, but I would feel like I did a puzzle wrong if I had to touch the swamp water. The player already knows at this point that the swamp water isn't dangerous, so that's fine, I think. Anyways, let's give this a try. Jumping, I see the platform. Man, I can just barely make that. What about without the platforms? Let's see. Oh, can't make that. Great, so that's pretty good. I'll add another platform right here just to taunt the player. Like, make them feel like they just barely missed that platform. Cool, so I think I might need to increase the radius to account for that. Then increase the drain rate. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't have a platform the second. It doesn't have a tree. I'll need to fix that. Vincent MRL says, what about alternating lamps on the left and right side? It would look better. I agree. Agree. This is just a quick test. Cool, so try this puzzle out. Wait, didn't get enough. Is that really the max? Not enough. There we go, that should be enough. Let's see how this feels. It's always a good idea to test out how something feels. Let's see, so I hit the platform. Doesn't even come close to lighting that one. The 18. Okay, cool. So, yes, great. So it gets a pretty long range, but that last platform, no one's gonna get that. So, the player scrambles to make it, and they do. And that's great. It feels fine. It feels like a challenge, definitely. Can I make it back? Barely. And there's no way to make it up there now. Yeah, dead. Cool, so someone suggested alternating the direction of the lanterns, and I agree. Switch this. Turn this around. Cool. So now the player is very deep in the swamp. Which means the player is pretty spooked. There's no way to get out. Well, no clear way of getting out. So we may need to add some area where the player can escape. But it should be a one-way. Depressed Gamer 92 asks, how many acts and chapters have you finished so far? So that really depends on what you mean by finished, because there are multiple passes done on all sections of the game. Like, I always do a first pass of a segment, and so that is like the bare minimum and it's playable. But I wouldn't call that complete. And then there's like multiple art passes on top. But if you look at our latest Kickstarter update, there's like a clear there's a clear breakdown of how many acts we consider complete. Anyways, the platform is over there, I think. Let's see if I can make it from here. Oh wait, it's here. Oh, I can't make it. Yeah, someone said I should decrease the speed in the swamp. I agree with that. Let's see if we can change that speed significantly. So there we go. Yeah, that should have a significant impact on speed. So I changed the curve of how fast the player is in the swamp. So if this is a graph and this is time, speed, and the player is dead here. So currently it was like, oh wait, it should be reversed, so it should be like this. Now I've changed it so that it's more like, which should reduce the player speed significantly. Tenebris Kellium asks, what is your favorite parts? What is your favorite thing about your job? That is easily this part. Just designing for fun. The things I like the least are everything business. But it's something I have to do as the director of the game. I have to write a lot of documents and talk to a lot of people that I don't necessarily enjoy. But it's part of my job, so. Force asks, what is your least favorite process of making a game? Business. Force asks, what's your favorite childhood game? Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door. Cool, so let's see how this curve has changed things. Let's see if I can make this. So first a quick test. I cannot really feel like the speed decrease is really big. It has a big impact. But not enough to like ruin the flow. Cool. So can I make this now? No, in fact my distance is reduced significantly. Let's try it from here where we tried last time. Oh, I can still make it, huh? Dang. Dang, boy. Okay. So this is the curve for the movement speed. I changed this. This should probably be inverse, actually. So, like this. And then we apply. Okay, so that's our new curve now. That's going to be interesting. So now, where our curve was like this, our curve is looking more like I'm interested to see how that pans out. Vincent says, I would love to see Headkit switch to a walking and swimming animation, like in Crash Bandicoot 3, once he gets to a certain speed in the swamp. Yes, he's going to have swamp animations. They just aren't made yet. Cubby asks, do you process the glow for the ambient particles in a different buffer than for the glow of lamps, leaves and mushrooms? No, it's the same buffer. Cool, so let's see how this curve has changed things. Robotic Sponge asks, does wall jumping off a tree reset the speed of Headkit? It does not. Only if you do a consecutive wall jump, which isn't possible just using normal trees. Anyways, let's see how our speed is changed. Wait, I got more buttons? What the? Oh, wow. Oh, this is the other platform. Okay. Makes sense. Well, I got a bit confused there. Let's retry. It doesn't have any effects, apparently. Interesting. That confuses me a bit. What if I set it to a very big exponent? And No Nemo 004 asks, what's the size of the maps? Mafia Town is huge. Subcon Forest is huge. Rainmaker Signs is linear segments. Sand and Sills is double the huge. Those are the sizes. Those are the best sizes I can give. I can't really give like specific units. Oh, what? I think I reversed it. Yeah, I definitely fucked something up. Hold on. Okay, that should do it. Right, I had the exponents reversed. Wixo asks, do you need to restart the editor every time you change the code? Yes. Yes, I do. Vincent asks, how exactly was the swamp water texture animation done? Is it moving UV mapping or an effect? It is a shader that does it does use UV mapping, but that isn't the full effect. Depressed Gamer asks, in the train wreck chapter, are you really gonna put blood in the game? No, dude, it's ketchup. If anyone asks, it's ketchup. AJ Comics asks, hasn't Trainwrecker Science recently been renamed? Just wondering, because you keep calling it Trainwrecker Science in the stream. Yes, it has been renamed, and I call it Trainwrecker Science out of habit. It's called Last Bird Standing at the moment. Dude, I'm really confused about this experiment thing. I don't get it. So fuck it, reverted. There we go. I think. There we go. Fuck it. I'll worry about that later. Ellery posted some fan art, which I don't think it went through because Twitch doesn't allow links. You can tweet it at us on Twitter and we'll retweet it. Boas says ESRB are going to be mad about the ketchup probably. Too bad the ESRB aren't going to be rating our game. Like, that's one great thing about digital distribution, you don't need to be rated. At least on PC and well, I don't know about the App Store, but definitely on Humble and Steam and so forth, they don't need to get a rating. There we go, now I'm being severely slowed down. Can't make that anymore. Great, cool. Flash Trickster asks, how much of Subcon Forest is Queen Vanessa's Manor? A one act. Cool. So there's an existing puzzle here, I'll just be ignoring that for now since it pretty much works on its own. Let's get rid of that tree stump there. Oh, that's manually placed. Interesting. Flash Trickster says, from what I played of Queen Vanessa's Manor, and from what I saw in the trailer, it seems like there's more to do in there. There is more to Queen Vanessa's Manor than just the one act. Like, it's played within a context of the whole game. But the gameplay segment itself is just one act. Well, okay, there's more of Queen Vanessa's Manor than you've seen in the beta build, but the entire gameplay playthrough of Queen Vanessa's Manor is just one act. There we go, you die. Cool, so let's see. One last puzzle before the stream ends. Five asks, are we ever going to see what's behind the chained up door in Queen Vanessa's Manor, or has that been changed? That is a spoiler. Dexter says, remember to take the first challenge, that you can still make it across the swamp. That is a good point. I will run through that real quick. The Crumble asks, how about having a hidden room in the swamp that you can get access to by staying in the right place? Like how in some games you go through quicksand to find a hidden room. I remember the level in Mario 3 where you can sink in quicksand and it gave you like a secret room. I think it's in the last world of Mario 3. I thought that was pretty cool, but at the moment I can't see any way of doing that without it's very difficult because you have to hint to the player that you can sink here. For instance, in Shovel Knight, I thought there was some glimmer in like... So Shovel Knight has death pits. If you jump down, you die. But at one point I saw some glimmer in a death pit and I thought, okay, maybe I can jump down here. So I tried and I died and I felt very betrayed. And it's very important that you don't betray the player like that. Anyways, testing the new segment here. And the swamp is very sticky now. But I can still make it across. Oh, maybe not here. Nope. Well, not if I single jump. If I double jump, I might be able to. Let's see, double jump. Just barely. So that I might need to add like a bit more of a platform over here. But I like the new speed. I think it's better. It improves the segment. So let's add a bit of a platform over there. Player has a bit more leeway. There we go. Last Trickster asks, have you found a voice actor for Snatcher? He has not been cast yet. Some of our characters have been fully cast, but not Snatcher. There we go, this will give the player a bit more leeway. Mr. Pokeboy asks, is John trying the game? Yes. Depressed Gamer asks, are you looking for more voice actors? No. Anonimo asks, is there any slide section? Can Hatkit slide on her belly? Yes, she can. Is there a specific slide section, like in Mario 64's secret slide? No. I don't enjoy those sections, they're not in my game. Well, okay, that's not true. I do enjoy this secret slide in Mario 64, but I think designing specifically for such a segment is a bad idea. Barry Marin asks, are you looking for female voice actors? No, we're not looking for voice actors at the moment. We have a voice acting director who takes care of all voice acting already, so we don't really need voice actors. Okay, cool. So, first of all, let's block off this view here. If it's not already blocked off. We need to block it off more. Like, so that players don't try to gun for it. We need one or more view down here. Player can't see the lanterns. There we go. We're obscuring information. Cool, so we can do one last puzzle. The problem I have with this Secret Slide in Mario 64 is that it's like a gameplay segment that you're introducing and then you're throwing it away again. And it's only used one more at a time, so it's like, okay, why introduce this to the player if you're not going to explore it? Like, look at how much I'm exploring just with this swamp mechanic and this bell mechanic. I'm examining every possible puzzle there is to examine, right? I'm going fully in depth, so the player feels like he has a full, complete understanding of how these mechanics works and how interesting they are. But if you just take a mechanic, introduce it, and then throw it away, and then introduce it 7 levels later, like, what's the point? I know it's done 2 times. It's done in the Secret Slide and then in the Monkey Mountain. I can't remember the name. A Pirates in Japan asks, will this game have us revisit levels to reach previously locked areas, either through new abilities or trigger events from further progressing? Yes, you will. Hey, Cool Mountain have oh yeah, right, Cool Mountain has a slide. That's right. Okay, so 3 times, but I still don't think it's not utilized to its full potential. It's just a shame, really. If I want to introduce a mechanic, I want to introduce it so I can explore it as much as possible. And slide levels just don't allow you to introduce to test them out that much, because slide levels are pretty much like a mini game, right? Like, if any of you have played No More Heroes, they suddenly introduce a shoot 'em up. Or if you've played Alice Madness Returns, they suddenly introduce also a shoot 'em up. It's like, what's the point of introducing a shoot 'em up if you're only gonna use it 1 or 2 times? The player isn't given enough to fully explore this shoot 'em up concept, and it's so detached from your main gameplay. I feel the same way about slides. Kleber asks, how open will the world be? Would the player be able to go for whichever hourglass he or she wants? Kinda. You're given an option, like a list of timepieces you can get, but some only become, some only become accessible after you unlock specific timepieces. Depressed Gamer asks, is Mustache Girl an anti-hero? Well, yeah, I think so, yeah. I think she is the definition of an anti-hero. If an anti-hero means someone who does good, but does so with the means that aren't necessarily ethical, then yes, she is. King Shadow asks, will you balance the third chapter so it's not too easy to unintentionally contribute more for the conductor/leader grooves than the one you do want to contribute to? That is going to be very difficult to balance because their missions are very different, and people will have different skills. Some will be better at exploring areas, and others will be better at dexterity-based challenges. But we will try to balance them as much as possible. Anyways, this puzzle here. So, what haven't we done yet? There's a lot of potential here. Let's see. This also works as like a tease for the player. You can go over. Hey, wait a minute. Can the player go from here over there now? Let's quickly test that out. Okay, let's give this a try. I want to see if this is preserved. It seems to be. Yeah, great, that's good. So, let's go back to the puzzle. It's over here. First of all, let's give the player a tiny reward. By giving them one of these. A few of these, actually. Here you go, player. This is a very tiny reward. So, how do I want to progress with this? So I definitely feel like there's more potential to use the bell. Well, let's start by adding a bell. See how it goes. Or we could also try adding a cherry. That would be interesting. One of these probably needs to be. Nope, that's the wrong one. Need to spawn. There we go. Cool. So what can we do with these? As people who have played the beta build might remember, these destroy ice. Let's remove the bell again. Oh yes, oh yeah, right, there's a puzzle about moving bell. I want to try that afterwards. Maybe I should even make the moving bell part disappear. Maybe. I don't know. But that guy needs to be. There we go. Six says activate a bell with the cherry. We already do that in another spot, but that is a good idea. It's so good an idea that we used it already. Okay, cool. So the fruits get activated by these guys. There we go. These guys. These sticks here are actually characters. Excuse me. Let's skip that a spin. Mr. Pokeboy asks, have you ever mucked around and maybe spawned multiple headkits, Master Girls, and Queen Vanessas? I have. Nothing too interesting. Okay, cool. So, if we get one of these, steal one of these boys, we get a bomb. What can we do with the bomb? What can we do with the bomb? So first of all, I want to hide this guy. What can we do with a bomb? I guess we could do a very basic puzzle. See. Because that's the very basic. That's some very basic ice. Mellowbloom says, is it possible the bombs could solidify a patch of swamp for a short time? That is a great idea, but I think it's too much to introduce. Like, it's another layer on top, and I don't want to add more layers. Anyways, we've got ice. Let's remove this lantern a bit. So we've got more space to work with. There we go. So we can start by moving this guy. Oh wait, let's move the cherry out. And then this guy. And the ice is on here. Maybe even better, the ice is out here. Now the player might try to make it right, go for it then. I'm unsure about this one. I think I'll move it back in. Place this guy over here, and then the bomb remains here. Cool, let's try this out. This is a puzzle. Depressed Gamer asks, has Luigi Mansion inspired Queen Vanessa's manor? No. It is inspired by Moschet Manor from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Alex asks, what if you had Driller bombs that creates a bell-like driller field when it explodes? That is another great... You guys are really great at coming up with new ideas. But again, it's another layer on top, and I want to keep it... I want to keep the number of layers of complexity. Okay, so I get the cherry, but I explode. Cool. That feels great, and it's very basic. It's a very simple puzzle. Platronium asks, could the bell be in the ice? That is also a very good idea. That is... So that's what we call a two-step puzzle. Like, you have to do A in order to get B. I might do that. Robotic Sponge asks, is the lamp still not fully complete? That is correct, it is not fully complete. We are doing an art pass right now on the level, and that means some things are kind of fucked up because artists are still messing around with them. Anyways, a bell is a good idea. Let's try that. Alright, cool. So, what does this give us? What is the result of this? It's really fun just to play the level and see what the result is. I definitely feel like that's the best way of doing game design. Oh, I can hit it through the wall. Oops. Anyways, let's pretend that wouldn't be possible. That isn't possible. What we get. Let me make it drain faster. It drains incredibly slow. There we go. Not super fast. There we go. Inquisitive Ravenclaw says, I like the idea, but could it be something besides ice? It might be odd to have a block of ice in the middle of a swamp. I'm not thinking too much about this. There is ice other places in the level, so it's not really unusual. Oh wait, I forgot to check. Can I hit it now? No. Okay. So I explode. Now I can hit it. Great. So, okay. Does this make an interesting puzzle? I don't think so. I don't really find this puzzle interesting. So first of all, this is one step in a two-step puzzle. And step 1 is blowing up the ice, and step 2 is doing something with the bell. I would rather just have direct access to bell, or have the ice be the solution. So, not a big fan of this at the moment. Let's see. I was thinking about inside the cave, because it looks okay there, but out in the swamp seems a bit strange, I think. No, there, like in the forest itself, there's lots of ice cubes all around. Don't worry, when it gets final out, it'll make sense. Like there'll be some visual flair to show that, okay, this ice is fully melted into the ground and such. Gabby asks, do you do any post-process color grading, tone mapping, or gamma correction? Yes, we do gamma correction. I think every game does that with a factor of 2.2. We do color grading and no tone mapping. Anyways, this bell needs to go. I don't find it interesting. I want the ice to be the center of attention here. So what can we do with ice that's interesting? So ice has the interesting feature that we want it to be gone. So maybe we could make a wall of ice. Here we go. This is definitely a wall. Cool. And the wall needs to block something. All in can block the area off. But again, no, wait. Okay, this might actually work because the player can't gun for it. So what I'm worried about is that the player might grab the cherry, then without entering this area here, just try and explode it. But that's no longer possible. The player has to enter here in safety to activate it. Anyways, let's try this wall here and see how that goes. Vincent says, ice blocking the path from point A to point B with a bell-timed area. That is a very good idea. I think I might do that. Yeah, that is a good idea. Cool, so I grab the cherry, get it lit. Cool, so let's get the bell back in. Right. And let's get some disappearing platforms. And we might need to move you here. That should be further than the player can throw. Good. Be here. Cool, so now the player has to use the spell in order to get there. Let's try this out. Oh no, wait, this means the player has to drop Barry? I guess I'll see how it plays out. Daniel asks, why is the ice so blurry? I don't know. I guess ice is blurry, isn't it? Have you ever looked in the ice cube? I don't think it's crystal clear. Oh, wait, I see what you mean. That's a graphical bug. I can fix that. Okay, so... Yes, I need to hit this, then quickly run over here. And throw, and then get the ball out. Oh my god. That's very difficult. This guy should probably be here. Oh, that's... okay, let me fix the ice. It's bugging me as well. Here's our ice shader. And let's see. That ought to do it. Yep, all fixed. No more blurry ice. Vincent asks, is there decoration ice? Yes, there is. Wayward asks, can you do it without the platforms? That is interesting. Let me see. So without the platform. I can. Interesting. It might need to be placed further away then. Maybe over here by these guys. That seems like a better area, yeah. Cool, so whatever. That seems to work. It looks a bit stretched, but we'll replace it with a proper ice model later. You guys need to get the heck out. Your timepiece nonsense. Cool, I think I got. Wait, did I forget a decal? Okay, cool. Get out of here. And don't let me catch you in my swamp again. Okay, cool. So I don't think it's possible anymore. Let's remove. Okay. Go. A bit too. Let me adjust that. There we go. Okay, so this gives the player direct line of sight to breaking it. Right. Cool, let's try that. Nicholas Batson asks. That's my alarm again. Okay. Nicholas Batson asks about I watched a YouTube video involving this game and a boss. Can I ask about who the boss is? The boss I'm talking about is found on what looks like a theatrical stage. Who is that? That is the boss of the Mafia boss. He is the first boss in the game. The thing about Hat in Time is that no one has a name, really. Like, not even the main character has a name. Oh wait, that's not true. The Mafia of Cooks do have a name. But there's very few characters that are actually named, and that's on purpose. Okay, let's see if I can break the last wall. Dude, I can. Can I make it out alive? I can. Interesting. Interesting. Some people think that we don't give characters names because we're lazy, but that's not the case. It's like it's on purpose. I like that Hat Kid doesn't have a real. Like, because it doesn't matter what her name is. She's just who she is, and she does what she does. And she don't need to be Superman or Batman or whatever. She's just her, and she does her thing. And it's not because I think there's anything wrong with naming. Just why does she need a name? Like, the reason people like characters having names is because so they can say, "Oh, hey, that's Waggy Mr. Dumbledore," or whatever. Like the character becomes sort of part of the marketing. I'm struggling to find a good example. Like if you take ukulele, like the names are literally in the title. The characters are the marketing, if that makes sense. But it's not because of who they are. It's just because they are wacky and the design is wacky. So, and that's not a critique of ukulele, that's just one approach to doing design for characters. But for Hatkit, I just wanted her to be her visual design, and her name isn't important, it's what she does. If that makes sense. It sounds really serious, but it's not. It's just a decision I made. Alright, cool. So let's try this again, see if I can break the wall. That kid mod for hatred, yeah. I forgot I needed to see if this works without triggering the door. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting it. Oh wait, what? Did explode while I'm dead. Oh, I survived. That's crazy, dude. The radius on that thing is huge. Can I adjust that? That's crazy. Okay, I may need to treat. That radius is huge. Go. Is there a radius? This might be the one. The one. I can't tweak this as easily. Yeah, Simon is correct. This ice wall should really only be hurt on direct impact. Anyways, I'll try doing the puzzle correctly now and see if that changes. Oh, this appears the best. Okay, so this requires some tweaking. Dust gas, can't you just put the wispy fox guy along the path of platforms? That is genius. Well, that solves every issue here, so that's a great idea. I should just do that. Ah, fuck. Come back, you. Come back. Yeah, too late. Ah, fuck me. Okay, Anyways, I'll put the guy over there. That makes way too much sense. Dusk, you should be here instead of me. That is a solution to everything. Alright, cool. There's one platform too. Cool. Oh, is there any reason to put the chair? I guess that's okay still. Put it in harm's way. Nicholas Spadden asks, do you need voice actors for the characters or is there a program to make them by scratch? We have voice actors yet. We have full voice acting. But we aren't looking for voice actors at the moment. Alright, cool. So, grab the cherry, get to safety. Where is the guy? He fell on the ground. Whatever, that's cool. Get the guy. Explode. Cool, that actually works really. So I'm gonna make him fly so he doesn't fall. Go. Let's try that again. One more time. Nicholas Button asks, I meant if I want to make a game. I was wondering if I need voice actors, if I want voices in the game, or if there's a program to make them. There are programs to make like fake voices, like the Vocaloids and stuff. I'm not sure if they're in English. But if you only need gibberish, then that might work either way. Cool, let's try it one more time. Hit the bell. Get the guy. Break the ice. And this is a pretty good puzzle. I like it. Pretty good. Next, we need to add some place for the player to go after the ice is broken. That can just be a regular leaf platform. And steal yours. I'm gonna put it right here, attached to this tree. That seems fine. Maybe. Could probably be over on this tree. There we go. And then we add our reward. Which in this case is just gonna be a placeholder badge. This sign needs to be moved this way. Cool. Crossed Forever says, check out what Yooka-Laylee does. Yooka-Laylee uses voice actors. Like, they use voice actors and give them lines, and then they repeat the lines. And they scramble the voice recordings together. We do the same for Hat in Time's mumble mode. Don't worry, the skeleton guy doesn't do anything yet. Yet. Awesome, let's try this out one last time, see how it plays. Saving takes so long because this map is really big. Like, This swamp here is only scratching the surface. This map is huge. Also, look at this beautiful skybox that Koi Drake made. Look at that. Look at how beautiful it is. It's so abstract. But nobody will ever see it because nobody looks up. Anyways, let's try this puzzle one last time. Okay, cool, let's get this run. So, grab cherry, hit bell. There we go, boom. Jump to platform. Easy. I am fucked, I can't get back. Oh wait, I can see. That needs to be adjusted. But we do need to find a way to play that. Whoa! Our two worlds collide as one puzzle blends into another. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. So let's obscure that so the player doesn't notice. We don't want them to jump into another puzzle. There we go. Not a player can't spot it as easily. Yeah, the player won't notice this. Great, cool. Okay, so what do we do next? Need to find a way for the player to get back on this puzzle to complete. How the fuck do you... I guess we can use a mushroom, eh? So, let's find one. Let's see what happens. Giant mushroom. Oh, medium-sized mushroom. Not so giant. There we go. This can bounce the player back. Nicholas Patton asks, since this is called a hat in time, does that mean you get various types of hats that have different abilities? Yes, you do get different hats. Well, I don't know about the abilities. We're still in the fence about whether to make... We do have abilities planned for the hats, we're not sure if we want to make those on the hats or as new badges. Cool, so let's see if this mushroom can get us back. 50. That mushroom can probably get us a lot of places we don't want to go. Get the badge. Mushroom doesn't get us a lot of height. Barely enough. Dude, I should just add another bell on the other side. Don't need the mushroom. Need a bell. Then we need two platforms. Oh, we could... Let's do that. Be a bigger platform. There we go. Put the badge on it. Branch. Bell on it. Cool, let's see what this does. Metrolink asks, durability on the hats undebatable. Does that mean those hats will only be cosmetic? That is undecided. So we've been considering for a while to only make hats cosmetics, but we haven't decided. We haven't pulled the trigger, basically. Harak says, the timing seems kind of tight to me though. I think the ice wall is too far from the platform. That is true, but I also want to make it... yes, I guess that's actually quite true. Don't really have a counter argument, but it's true. Oh, it hits the second bell. So the moment it explodes, you're basically... Hey. Cool, so I get the badge, hit this thing, and I get enough distance to get home. Cool! Great! So that's actually a pretty good puzzle, and it's very spacey. What time does it fall down? I can just climb it. Cool. And it is possible to get over here, but we need to or add some kind of wall. If the player is smart, he can get between different puzzles, which is obviously unintended. Let's see. Add one of these big boys. That's not enough. We need to add one more. Up. Not up. This is up. That looks weirdly suspicious. Like someone is putting a towel over something, like, don't look here. But whatever, it works. Cool. This area in particular looks very much like, don't look here, please. Please don't look. Ghostboy asks, what if you are slow and don't make it right away? It's a timing puzzle, so the challenge is to make it in time. If you don't make it in time, you can just retreat. I don't think you'll die from it, but let's figure out. Let's see what happens if I don't make it in time. Dexter says, having to pick up the cherry, put it down, hit the bell, then pick up the cherry again is tedious. I agree. Let's put the cherry back on the platform. Simon says, Simo says, it would be cool if you could throw and charge the bomb from the badge and throw the bomb all the way back to the original bill. Wait, what? It would be cool if you could throw and charge the bomb from the badge and throw the bomb all the way back to the original bill and work your way back as the bill radius proceeds with you. I don't think I fully understand that one. Alright, hit the bell, but I am very slow. Take my time. Every jump. Ah, fuck, can't make it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But that is good. But the timing is very tight. So I'm going to add another second. Maybe a second and a half. Let's see how it plays out now. Crust says, but you still put it far away from the bill. Yes, because I want to make it clear that there is game element A here and game element B. If I put them too far together, I worry it'll become too crowded of an area. Guys, I'm very slow. Take my time with the jumps. Take my time. Oh shit, I fell down. Do I die? Going down? Oh shit, I do. Huh. We need to lower height so the player can jump up. Go. Parax says the blast radius is censored gigantic. Yes, it is. Metomia says maybe first platform should be normal platform and have the chair sitting on it. That is a good idea. I might try it. Youngster Blook says, I was wondering, what are most of the inspirations of Subcon Forest as a whole or liked for certain parts / areas? I like games that are twisted. I don't like horror. There's a clear line between twisted and horror, where horror is out to like scare you in the moment. Twisted is here to scare you for a long period. If that makes sense. Like, horror would be jump scares and spooky monsters jumping out at you, while twisted is sort of psychological horror, I guess. And I want to do something that was more twisted, but I don't see that a lot in games, so I figured I want to do that for Subcon Forest. Okay, what happens to pull that? And I can jump up. Okay, cool. So it's now idiot proof as well. Get the badge, hit the guy, and I can pretty much jump back. Cool. So I think that was the last puzzle. Harak says, I suspect a lot of players will just hit the bell and then run around and go grab the chair instead of bringing the chair to the bell, then hitting it. You know what? That might be right. I just feel like if the cherry is on... The cherry is on here, the player will just mindlessly hit the bell, mindlessly grab the cherry, accidentally trigger this guy, then blow it up. It doesn't feel like a puzzle to me. Like, I feel like a player could do this accidentally. Don't want that. I could reduce the distance by moving it closer. But I don't think there's anything wrong with hitting the bell first, then grabbing the cherry. Frost Forever says, switch the position of the bell plus cherry. I would do that, but the bell needs to be as close to the platforms as possible to make it clear that the bell is connected to the platforms. Otherwise, the player might assume that the bell does something over here when there's really nothing. It's sort of like a brain connection thing. You need object A that interacts with object B needs to be near each other to make it clear that these two interact. Anyways, I don't think there's anything wrong with hitting the bell, grabbing the cherry, and then running. That is also a very nice solution. So, nothing wrong with that. What did Parax say? Let me see. Parax, I suspect a lot of players will just hit the bell and then run around and go grab the chair instead of bringing the chair to the bell, then hitting it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That is also a valid solution. It's not optimal, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The puzzle allows them to do it, so it's fine. Melon Bloom says, if they mess it up, they can just run back. They don't really lose anything here attempting it more than once. True, that is true. I don't want them to die here. See, the swamp isn't here to kill them. The swamp is just to add pressure. See, that's the fun thing. This thing here, the swamp, we give the illusion that we want the swamp to kill the player, but that's not actually what we want. We just want the swamp to add to the gameplay experience. Actually, ideally, we don't want the player to die at all. So, it's all a trick. Parag says, I mostly mentioned that because the timing seems like it might be kind of strict, and you were testing how quickly a slow player would do it. I bring the build to the cherry. I can try it without bringing the build to the cherry. I don't think it makes any difference. I think the timing is the same. Vincent says, do you make specific music playlists specifically to get in the mood of the area's theme? Yes, I do. When I work on Subcon, I usually play spooky music. Whenever I work on Mafia Time, I play something upbeat and happy. Anyways, I'm a slow player now. Taking my time. Taking my time. Oh, this jump is tough. This one too. Dude, this one's really difficult too. Hey, platform, get back. I did it. I am okay. Cool, so I don't think that's too bad. Besides, this is the difficult section. This is the optional difficult section. So it's fine if they're a little bit tricky. Simon asks, with the bomb initiating the setting bell, maybe the first bell should be a little more strict of time, as the player will wait for the platforms to reappear. I don't think the player will expect the second bell to trigger. That's just a happy coincidence. SIG Darkness says, I'm recording the stream. Do you mind if I upload to YouTube so people miss it, can still watch it? As long as the VOD video on demand is available, please don't upload it to YouTube. It's not that I mind that people see it. I'd just like them to visit the Twitch page instead of some third-party YouTube channel. Anyways, that's the last puzzle for today, I feel. So, let's quickly play through what we made today. So, we're starting way the fuck back here. With these two. Let's go. If you want to ask any last questions, now's the time while I play through this. So, I'm very near to this area. This swamp thing is spooky. Don't want to touch it. That area just leads back. I want to go there. There's interesting stuff over there. Can I touch the swamp? Yes, okay. Can I go over there? I can. What about over there? And cool. I hit the bell. Let's see what happens. A lot of stuff is happening. I'll try to climb here. Oh, I'm running out of time. I ran out of time. Here we go again. And I am up. See this platform over here. That's interesting. No one down here. Down here. Oh, it's a badge. How do I get back up? Climb up. No. No. Okay. I guess I'll just walk around them. Awesome. So. This one. Over. I get over there. No. Not even gonna try. There's something over there. I can see it. I make it. Yep. Okay. Let's answer some questions. Nicholas Batten. If I want to make different types of levels, such as swamp level or a snow level, how do you figure out what boss should be in it? I don't think that... I don't see the correlation between the two. Boss designs are usually very detached from the level design. Matt asks, can I still grab it for me? I mean, not sharing it? Sure, go for it. Okay, cool. So the next segment... Oh wait, there's a lot of questions now. Salter says, what is the reasoning behind the homing attack? It is very difficult to jump on enemies. That is the reasoning for the homing attack. Like, moving in 3D space when you don't have Goombas and other very slow moving enemies is very difficult. I just wanted to give the player the extra accuracy, and the homing attack does that. Dead Rocket Boy asks, any plan on streaming another dev stream in the future? That depends on the reception. I don't know how many people watch the stream, so I guess I'll see and determine whether I want to do another one. Matt asks, will you give some documentation for modding when the level editor is getting released? Yes, I will. I'll make sure that we get as many mods as possible, because I like modding. I'm a modder myself, so anything modding is cool to me. Vinnyballer says you should put a spider or something on a swamp floor to let it play onto the swamp. We generally want to let it play onto the swamps for a reason, but just putting a spider on the swamp by itself doesn't really do anything. Darkness says... Wait, hold on. Darkness says, what happens if the player falls into this well? I don't see a way out. There is no way out, you fall into the caves. Which is the next segment of the chapter. Simon asks, can we expect another stream like this before release? Too much spoiling perhaps? It really depends. It's very rare that I have a segment like this that doesn't involve spoilers. Like, the spoilers in this stream has been pretty mild. And it's very rare that I work on something that's very spoiler mild. Depressed Gamer asks, who is Hat's adult? That will be answered in the final game. Cool. Let me see if there's any more questions missed. Nope, seems to be all. Okay, let's proceed then. So there's this puzzle here. Wait, I need to start from the beginning. So I'm a new player. Here I'm confused. I see this puzzle here. Okay, whatever. It is here. Very clear to me what I have to do. Okay, so I make it up. I see some... okay, so I get up, and the first thing I see are platforms, which is very good. If I got up here, I wouldn't see like a direct path to a platform. So that's very good. Go here, and these perfectly protects my view from anything behind here that might distract me. Get the badge. No other path here. I see some eyes there, that's probably bad. But I won't jump out there because I know there's nothing for me to land on. I might try jumping on the skull. That should probably be blocked. Okay, cool. So I jump down. I see this puzzle here. This puzzle is pretty clear to me as a player. Jump up. So far so good. Okay. Yes, yes. Easy. Okay, cool. Get another badge. There's a lot of distractions. Not too bad. Cool, and I need to either jump down there or go the same way out. So that's great. Very good. Cool. Let's see how our second segment went. Cool, so this segment is very visibly more dangerous because first of all there's skulls everywhere and the bridge is fucked up. Oh god. Okay. Hit the bell. I gun it. That platform is... Oh god, will I even make this? I don't think I will. Ah, I stood on this root for a minute. That needs to be fixed. That broke the puzzle. Let me retry. Can't even make it back. Right, that needs to be fixed. The radius needs to be... Or it needs to stay longer. Let's try this again. Okay, so hit the bell, jump all I can. Okay. Oh wow, I made it without even touching ground because I stood on this branch. Cool. Okay, so this puzzle. So I don't see anything to use the bomb for. Like right away, as a player, I don't see that green guy over there. It should be a different color. Hit the bell, follow the path, see the guy, see the ice. Nothing more I can jump to. There's that thing over there. Okay, well we'll ignore this puzzle here because it's not part of what we designed today. So I hit the bell, hit the cherry. Oh god, it's terrible. But I'm safe. Get the badge, return back home. Now there's no way out for the player at the moment. Or is there? Oh, at least cool, so we just need a way out for the player. That will be for another time. Another place, another time. Hazer says the tree for the second platform is still missing. You are correct. There's that tree. See. Here we go. Tree. Way the fuck bigger. Way the fuck tall. There we go. So that seems pretty clear. Dexter says maybe destroy the cherries thrown in the swamp. That is true, it should be destroyed. I'll fix that some other time. Tarek says, to be honest, I kind of really want to see more puzzles in the swamp after Act 2 that utilize a gravel hook. True. Yeah, true. I agree, but this area is kind of surrounded by Act 2. Like, the well is right over there, which is Act 2. Which means that the player is probably gonna explore a big part of this swamp before they enter the well. Or before or around the same time they enter the well. So there's no guarantee they'll have the hook. So we might need to push the hook to some other area. Anyways, I think that does it for the stream. Thank you so much, everyone who bothered to watch for... what's that? How many hours did I stream? Did I really stream 5 hours? Wow. Cool. That went on for way longer than I expected. Parax, that is a spoiler. What are you doing? That's a spoiler. Parax, you are perma-banned from the stream. That is a spoiler. Alright, cool. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure to check out the Twitter account and the Facebook for A Hat in Time. Just search A Hat in Time on Twitter and Facebook. we will announce it there if there's another stream. Make sure to let us know if you want to see another stream, because these are kind of the spur of the moment thing, and I only really do them if I feel there's a big enough audience. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll enjoy the final game, and I'll see you some other time.